resume day 2 of the Stream 8 hearing. Report that yesterday the hearing panel, accompanied by Mr. Searle, had a site visit of Horokiwi Quarry. After that, we went under our own steam to look at the Kilmarston site from the walkway at Patna Street, 16 Patna Street, and then went up to Parkvale Road and to the, not quite to where the access road joins the Skyline track, but almost to the top. So observing the site as we wandered up. After that, we went and found a couple of Mr. Compton Mohan's visual points, Croydon Road and Campbell Street, and had a look for ourselves from there. Now, as regards the quarry, Mr. Searle, we got a bit tangled up at the end of yesterday morning's hearing about Mr. Anstey's position. I just want to make it clear, we're not directing that he needs to go on site. The impression I had was that he didn't have clearly in his mind the site layout. As far as I'm concerned, it's a matter for you and him to decide whether he would be assisted by having a look at the site again before council provides its reply. So, as I leave that one with you to discuss with him. That I think we'd got to the point where I was going to ask you some questions about the detail of the Coastal Environment Plan chapter. And I want to start with Ms. Foster's points for Meridian about the clarity with which the chapter explains the relationship between it. She's concerned with the REG chapter, but the same issues apply in relation to infrastructure. And I start with that. And you've addressed this again in rebuttal, seeking to about what was said. First, paragraph 14 of your rebuttal suggested relief, and I read this and thought, in the light of your discussion, the suggested addition, and I thought, just the rules? Because your discussion says the objectives and policies aren't relevant either. And I thought there was a danger if you said the rules don't apply, is that somebody's got to argue, well, that means that the objectives and policies do.
It's a possibility. I think the kind of matter or issue lies in the amount of detail you want to put in the plan, and whether that needs to be repeated, whether that should be upfront in terms of how you use the plan and how it's intended to be used, or whether and what level of detail you then repeat that at through the various chapters. So I agree with your point that is a possibility. And that would equally apply with only putting that one addition in for renewable energy, but then not for the other matters that are listed in the chapter. So you can kind of get yourself tied up, and it needs to be consistent throughout the plan and within the chapters, the level of detail.
I suppose my reaction was, having dipped your toe in the water, if you're going to say anything, it needed to be complete. Like you're either going to rely on the how to use the plan section, or you're going to state it in words of one syllable here,
Mm. And I think that's probably the intent of the notified plan, that when it speaks to provisions, it's just signaling that there are other provisions that apply, but it doesn't go into that level of detail. Do they all apply, or do those only apply?
Yeah, like I read that and thought that was distinctly ambiguous, saying other provisions apply, but not saying that the ones in this chapter don't apply, which is really what Ms. Foster is concerned about.
Sure.
That somebody's going to argue that they all apply.
Yeah. So it needs to be a combination of upfront detail in terms of how the plan applies and how it works, the introduction of each chapter, which includes some detail around this as well, and then these broad statements around provisions. I think it all needs to work together in some way, and I don't think this issue is isolated to the coastal environment. And I mean, we can maybe fix it in this topic for this chapter, and that can be a blueprint for the rest of the plan.
Well, starting with as say the infrastructure provisions, no doubt we will hear at great length from the infrastructure providers on the subject in the next hearing. So that was now looking at going back to your 42A report, your recommendation of paragraph 136. The issue that Ms. O'Sullivan has picked up on, and latterly Ms. Dewar's legal submissions, in summary, is that having expanded the rules to provide for the open space that the airport flood walls or sea walls sit on, this description is incomplete because it refers to the airport zone, and the question is some further amendment required to recognise that, and if so, what is it? And Ms. O'Sullivan and Ms. Dewar have suggested separate drafting tweaks. What's your view?
I mean, it is just the introduction, but I would be completely happy with, should the panel be minded to include that exception for that area of natural open space, and we'll work on that specific wording if it's changed or not in terms of my recommendation. But I have no problem with including that in here.
I wonder if I'd suggest that, assuming Ms. O'Sullivan attends in person, that you and she quietly sit out the back and see if you can agree. Like, I'm not suggesting anything elaborate by way of conferencing, because I think it's probably only a few words at some strategic point in this paragraph. And obviously it'll assist the panel if the pair of you can agree what those words should be.
Yep, I think that we could easily agree on something there. Thanks.
Now, for mine, turning to the next page, page 27 of your 42A, wonder rather than, this is a very minor point, but I wonder rather than referring to turbines, it should be wind turbines. I don't know if any of those farms have a diesel generator, but
Yep, happy with that change. Yes, I'd agree.
and the other question is if you're going to provide examples, should you reference the national grid, both the equipment where the cable comes ashore and the towers and the lines coming from the cable, which are nothing if not obvious in the landscape. Maybe not quite as obvious as the wind turbines, but yeah, sure.
In the same sentence as the wind turbines, I think from a grammatical point of view, and that's just on the side, instead of quarrying, quarries would be a better word, because you're referring to infrastructure as such and not to the activities.
Now, come back to the spatial issues. Looking at your recommended objective 1 on page 32. Maybe this is something we have the scope to change, even if we think we or you think there's a problem. But I thought this read really curiously, saying the natural character contributing to the natural character. What is that actually saying?
I think there's a duplication there. It hasn't been picked up until now.
As I say, duplication suggests that it's potentially a minor error that could be corrected, but can I suggest that you think about that? I read that about 4 times and thought, what on earth? Certainly, go on.
I just in relation to 01, Meridian had suggested further words where relevant on that objective. I just wondered what your opinion was. So it is essentially adding in a qualifier to say that, restored, rehabilitated or enhanced would be, where relevant.
I wouldn't think you needed to qualify that. I think that qualification would come through other provisions as opposed to the outcome that the chapter's seeking there.
Sure.
At a general principle, if the objective is not qualified, it's going to be difficult to justify a qualification in the policies, because by definition in section 32 sense they won't be the most efficient and effective way to achieve the outcome. But like addressing the substance of the issue,
Yeah, I mean,
is it appropriate that that this outcome apply where relevant? When would it be irrelevant?
yeah, well, this is probably contrary to my previous statement, but I guess you do already have that qualified there where appropriate, as opposed to where relevant.
Mm.
Just check what Ms. Foster
Mm.
actually asked for. Did she want to qualify the rehabilitation, or did she want to qualify the maintenance?
I'll just
I
check.
suspect it's the latter.
I'll just check.
Yeah, I'd have to dive into.
What's that, sorry?
Carol 1 through the 42A, what already in
Oh, too obvious, thank you. 153. Recognize, oh, yeah. She wanted a much.
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Much larger qualification. And so I think, Commissioner, you might have asked Mr. Searle the wrong question, because that's not what Meridian
Yeah, I
sought.
think I might have got that from her evidence.
That sounds.
I just, yeah.
I guess you're right. It's in her evidence. Recognising where relevant the presence of existing renewable electricity generation.
Mm.
So it's not maintaining where relevant, or even restoring, rehabilitating where relevant. It's recognising where relevant. So my understanding, Mr. Searle, is that you didn't think that the objective needed to be qualified to recognise REG.
Correct, because that's self-contained within that other chapter. That's my understanding of how the plan works.
So if this goes back to the previous discussion, if the plan is clear that in effect nothing in the CE chapter applies to REG, then there should be no comment anywhere in the chapter about REG.
That's where I landed at the end of my supplementary rebuttal evidence after looking at it further.
In your discussion of CEP3, Mr. Searle, talking about restoration and rehabilitation of natural character values, is it round in a slow circle trying to think this through in my mind? You said the policy informs rules that enable as opposed to require restoration. Reflect that. Should what is being provided for be the restoration or rehabilitation, or proposals to restore and rehabilitate? And does it make a difference?
I mean, the way I read it is that it would be restoration and rehabilitation activities that you're providing for.
Yes,
I'm not sure if it's.
the activity is restoration and rehabilitation. Gotcha. The going to see our P5 2F on page 47. For paragraph 244. So you've got a submission to delete the paragraph, and you said no, you disagree with that. I understand your logic. Planting is primary mitigation measure. It's helpful to direct it, but it should more broadly require restoration. And this immediately made me wonder, you got a submission seeking to reduce or eliminate reference, and you're broadening it. What's the scope to do that? It doesn't seem to be responding to the submission that you're discussing.
My recollection is that the submission was seeking deletion on the basis that it wouldn't always be practicable to replant. So I guess, in my view, this provides a little more direction around where it's practical to do so.
Well, the point being, you've shifted it from a focus solely on planting of indigenous vegetation, and revising the terminology a little, to restoration or rehabilitation measures.
Yeah,
It's the extent to which it's stretching beyond indigenous planting to other restoration and rehabilitation measures that I'm wondering about the scope for.
Okay, so maybe that. Yeah, I agree. I can go back and look at that submission just to be clear on scope.
You just pause and think. I think rather saying yes, you're definitely agreeing. I think that you go back over your logic and tell us where you've landed and reply. I'm just saying, on the face of what you've written is a scope issue, but there may be an answer.
Mhm.
Check and reply would be the answer. Mine a typo, I think, in your suggested relief for CEP5. In the 2A, I think the as might be surplus to requirements, given your addition.
Sure.
Going to discussion of it's the same point in P7. It's the same scope issue in D. That's on page 53.
Noted.
Got a bit. Going to page 63. Your logic at 322. So forest and bird seek, it's it'd be broadened to all of the coastal environment. You disagreed. Say, I consider that the same level of control with respect to restoration and enhancement activities is necessary or efficient if applied to the balance of the coastal environment. Are you missing a dot? Because you seem to be contradicting yourself.
Yeah. I am indeed missing a knot.
Discussion of R6 at page 67. You don't discuss the information requirement that's been inserted, and is that, and what's the logic of that in this context?
That I haven't discussed
Wow.
that section 88 information requirement in the assessment of.
That may be because it's linked to your new appendix and it's dealt with elsewhere. And I was sitting reading this with the marked up chapter alongside me and thought, oh yeah, this has been added. So what's the reason for that?
Yeah, look, I think that probably is an oversight that it hasn't been discussed.
Yeah,
or noted.
it's the same for Rule 13, Rule 9 as well. Yeah, I couldn't find any discussion about where that information
that comes
request came in.
with it, yeah.
So the answer is tell us now, if you can. If you can put your mind back around that set of issues.
I mean, the general intent is that those clear information requirements around landscaping assessment relate to certain activities that are within the high coastal and coastal margins, where I've recommended that changes or that addition to the rules. I mean, part of the intent there is to kind of link it back to that appendix and make it clear around I guess signal that that buffer report exists, and that is, although not part of the plan per se, but that is a resource that can be turned to in terms of some of the wider values. That goes to, I guess, some of the submitters that we're seeking, that all of those values and assessments that are in that natural character assessment are pulled through and put into Schedule 12 and listed there in detail. And that we haven't really discussed the kind of how that report is structured and what's in Schedule 12, but
Yeah, that's coming.
yeah, right. Well, I'll wait for it then. But I guess the short answer is that the intent there, and it should have probably been captured in the assessment of each of those rules, but I guess it probably hasn't. It should have been noted so that it was comprehensive in terms of the assessment, but that is in response to those other submissions that are much broader, I guess, in terms of how the plan works, the level of detail that's included in the schedule. But I agree, and maybe that's something that I can come back on in my
Okay,
later
well,
reply.
like if you like, I think we've got the drift, but if it, probably it's in the, having reflected on it rather than having it sprung on you.
Mm.
You've got anything else that you think you need to add, then put it in reply.
Yeah.
Going to paragraph page 69. This is an issue that's sort of vexed us in different contexts. These catch-all rules, any activity not otherwise listed. Is that not otherwise listed in the chapter?
Yes.
Or in the plan as a whole?
Yeah. I mean, the intent is that it's in the chapter and these rules.
Might be a good idea to say that.
Could I just go back to R6 again?
Yeah, sure.
Your recommendation in 349 hasn't been carried through to your appendix 1.
Right, let me go back.
349.
Sorry, at 349, you've got a recommendation to split out high coastal natural character areas all within the coastal margin or riparian margins. That hasn't been picked up in appendix A.
Yes, yeah, you're right. Yeah, and then then I assumed that was an oversight and tried to rectify that in a slightly different way. So I can, if you're just highlighting that inconsistency or that oversight, then I think that's something that I will pick up when I look at all the titles for all the rules to make sure they're worded in a way that they are clear in how they apply.
Okay.
A cross-reference to P7 in the rules, you discuss this in your rebuttal. So you accept Ms. O'Sullivan's concerns and say that CE, this is paragraph 45 of your rebuttal. Accept Ms. O'Sullivan's concerns that R8 and R14 don't need to include P7, but you think it should be in R15, and I was struggling to understand why that would be, because R15 relates to the series of zones that P7 doesn't apply to.
Yeah, so my attempt at getting kind of around that without kind of causing any confusion was to specify point 1 and point 2, so that when you looked at that policy, you looked specifically to those limbs as opposed to reading it as a whole. And I know that's kind of, maybe that's not workable.
Okay.
I was trying to find a solution.
So what is the end result that you're trying to achieve? In relation to this is, the activity is new buildings and structures.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess the starting point was that P7 is already a matter of discretion for 15. So, acknowledging that that can be amended in response to a submission. So I didn't seek to kind of include that per se. It was more to retain it and make it clear. So that clearer part is that when there is the construction of new buildings or structures that are not permitted and compliant with the underlying zone rules and standards, that those elements of P7 is a matter of discretion, returning to P7.
I suppose the thing I don't understand is that if P7 doesn't apply in those zones, what use is it going to be to, what discretion does it provide if it doesn't even apply any at all in the zone?
I guess the intent is to, at least for those buildings and structures, those proposals, where they are uncompliant with the underlying zone, that they consider those matters.
Well, do you then need to qualify P7 as to that it does apply in the zone to some limited extent, and if so, what that extent is?
I can give that some more thought.
Yeah, I know, like I was going between one and the next and trying. I think it needs. I think it needs the wet towel. And as I say, the concern I'm putting to you is that providing for it as a matter of discretion has no effect. Therefore, that suggests to me that you're not achieving what you're setting out to achieve, which is a potential problem down the track, that issues that should be considered are not going to be considered because that an applicant's going to say, well, the policy doesn't apply, so therefore there is no discretion, notwithstanding what the rule says.
Yeah. And I guess my attempt at that was to specify those specific limbs of that policy as opposed to the policy as a whole, but maybe that was a...
Maybe you need to actually put the words in rather than the policy. Rather than referring to the policy, you might need to refer to what you are wanting to retain some control over.
Yeah, I would agree. I guess I kind of signal that that's another option available in paragraph 45 of the supplementary, where it's maybe about actually being really specific about what parts of P7 actually are relevant to those zones and incorporating that.
But the Commissioner's suggestion might be a simpler way to do that, not change the policy, but amend the matter of discretion so that it's not a cross-reference to the policy, but rather actually says what you intend to be the matter of discretion. And having done that, then cross-check and see, as you pointed out, that is currently in the rule. So is the scope to change it? So you can tell us all of the answer to all of those tricky questions and reply.
Yeah.
paragraph 383. I wondered if, like, I haven't gone back. Fortunately, Ms. Van Haring Giles is sitting right next to you and will be able to tell you the answer to this question, he said confidently. It seemed to me that this is sort of like a snooker saying, well, it's best considered in the context of the quarry zone provision, but we've already heard the quarry zone provisions. If it wasn't considered in stream 6, saying, well, it's best considered there, it's a bit late. Sort of like a catch-22 from the submitter's perspective.
I mean,
like another way to put that is that what you're really saying is that that particular submission should have been listed and heard in stream 6, but it wasn't. And this is the only game in town.
I mean, my simple response to that request from the submitter is that I disagree with that.
You disagree with the substance of it.
Correct.
And you better tell us why.
Firstly, it's quite broad and quite onerous in terms of a matter of discretion that looks at long-term emission from an activity. I think those types of matters. Well, and I guess this probably goes to the following comment that I would have thought that those types of matters have been considered in terms of the strategic objectives of the plan and woven through, and it wouldn't be at this level of plan provisions that you'd be starting to think about those things.
I admire your confidence. Since it's 14 months since we heard about the strategic objectives, I'd be glad if I can remember. Okay, understood. The suggested relief for R12. Understand the rationale for the first change. With the second one, the addition alteration, building a structure is an RDA. What happens if it's a controlled activity or a full discretionary activity? Something other than RDA, because you're talking about the entire range of potential zones here.
I think we could be onto something in terms of controlled activity, so I would need to check that whether there are controlled activities for this.
Like the plan doesn't typically use controlled activities, but it could be a full discretionary activity.
Yeah, in that case, I guess I'd question whether you would need to include it there explicitly.
Well, like I suppose my question is, do you actually need to say this at all? Because you say the thing, it's a permitted activity. Well, and the other thing is, and compliance with the go back to A. Is something in a permitted activity if it doesn't meet the permitted activity standards? I would have thought not. That's the whole point of the standards. Do you need the second thing? And like, would you have the same result if A just said the addition alteration is a permitted activity in the underlying zone? Stop.
Is not a permitted activity.
Well, no, if 1A said
Oh, sure.
is a permitted activity and 2A says effectively it's not a permitted activity in the underlying zone.
Sure, I take your point. I guess, would that result in any kind of ambiguity around if it's a listed permitted it with if it's an activity or building a structure that's listed as having a permitted activity status, but I guess if you're not specifying status, then
And if you wanted to make it absolutely stone dead, you could say is a permitted activity and meets all relevant permitted activity standards. Because what you really, I think what you mean by relevant is the relevant standards are the permitted activity standards. So why don't you say that?
yeah. Okay. Take a look at that.
And if you say that, do you then need to say that it's an RDA in the underlying zone? Because effectively, if it's anything other than permitted, you're defaulting here to an RDA for the purposes of the.
Yeah, so yeah, that's a very good point. Maybe that was then, maybe it wasn't the oversight I thought it was, and it was the intention of that original drafting of A
Like
always intended to only apply that way.
But I think you're onto a valid point that you need to exclude the way it was originally drafted. Somebody could say, well, I comply with the RDA standards, which is not what you mean. But I think that the solution doesn't quite get you there. So I think the suggestion is that you ponder that and give us some another option in reply. It's the same point on R14.
Yes.
Talking about separation distances in S1, vegetation removal within X meters from the external wall of an existing building. The first question is one of scope. Forest and Bird saw 10 meters. You've suggested 3. What's the scope to wind it back from 10 to 3?
Because the view I took was that they were seeking greater restriction.
Yeah, I suppose the follow-up, you can guess what the follow-up question is then. I suppose stepping back from it, what's the FEN's recommended separation distance?
I would have to check that.
You might find it's 10 meters. And the other
Just, sorry, just on
Yeah.
standard one there, just in the heading of the standard, you've just got an extra in. So you've got within, in the coastal environment.
Yes, that I'll add. I mean, in terms of my review of all of the titles of
Yeah.
all of the provisions, I think
It's hard to spot.
Yeah.
It's within, in.
Too many ends. The other question that you're quoting Pairua, I confess that I didn't think about this question when we sat on Pairua. But since we're here now, I can ask you, is contiguous the right word for a period of time? Should it be continuous? Contiguous is a spatial concept to me, i.e. next to.
Sure.
Right, now, going back to spatial issues, I have two questions. One is probably an easy question.
So can I pause and just note that the title of S1 was, I guess, in terms of as a consequential amendment, probably needs to speak to coastal and riparian margins within the coastal environment, as those standards would then kick in terms of.
So that would be a consequential amendment from the fact that
Based on
you
my
changed the rule.
Based on my recommendations.
Yeah.
Yes. Sorry.
No worries. Thank you for that. Paragraph 118. The historic habitat for Long Bay beach weevil.
Sorry. Yeah.
Which I thought. What is a weevil, by the way?
In all fairness, I am reliant on the information that was available to me. I've made those recommendations on the basis of that information is correct.
The more substantial question is that the information is 1982, and is there any evidence that those weevils are still present?
Not that I'm aware of. So I'm totally reliant on the original assessment and the investigation that was undertaken by council staff member in response to some inquiries and concerns around accuracy. I guess I don't know if Clive would be qualified to speak on that matter at all. I doubt he would be in that level of detail around the assessment. So that's where it gets tricky in terms of.
Okay, and
Yeah.
You talked about the appendix putting in the values, and I understand the substantive merits of inserting those values, but did any of the submissions actually ask for the values as specified in the BOFA's report to be inserted? And if they didn't, do we have a scope problem?
My interpretation of at least the Greater Wellington submission was essentially to treat the entire coastal environment in the same manner and to include what is referred to as coastal terrestrial areas within that BOFA report into the schedule. I think within that submission, there would be the scope. Well, in my view, the way I've approached it is that my recommended relief is part relief to what they're seeking.
I think, can I ask you to think about that and flesh that out a bit more? That, as I say, I understand the merits of picking that information up. There doesn't seem to be any argument, touch wood, about what Boffa's recorded. But it's a lot of material to go bang into the appendix. And I think I'd like some comfort around, well, the submissional base for that addition. Like, as I say, you're pushing in an open door, but I'd just like some comfort that we're not advancing too far out on a limb, agreeing with you.
Just to sort of follow on from that, while you're extracting part of the Boffa-Miskell report, you're also, how is the Boffa-Miskell report to be, you're wanting users of the plan to use that Boffa-Miskell report, but I'm just wondering how that's linked. Is there some link in the plan, or is it an external document that's referenced, or how's that?
Good question. So I guess there's very little acknowledgement that it exists. Basically, it's been used to pull it.
So as notified, there's an acknowledgement that it exists?
No, there's no.
I don't think there's
any reference to it in the plan at all.
Yeah, so I'm just wondering how we go forward with it.
Yeah, so I guess my approach with the appendix is to, I guess, signal its existence as opposed to incorporate it by kind of reference, so that it's essentially helpful to plan users, that this work has been done and that there's a basis. It's not simply a matter of every resource consent requiring a landscape.
I wonder whether this is the stuff of advice notes, that an advice note in the schedule that plan users may find reference to this report helpful.
Yep.
Something along those lines, because at that level of sort of flagging, it's not making a substantive change, but it's providing it's what the Commissioner suggested, that you just picked up on, that people are aware.
So I guess I've attempted to do that in Schedule 12.
Yeah.
By referencing the appendix, which then talks to the Boffa report. So maybe there's a better option or an efficient alternative to achieving the same outcome.
And then would that report just be available on the council's website? Is that what we're envisaging? Yeah.
Yeah.
So where is it referenced in the appendix? Just turn them up.
Schedule.
So in the
schedule rather, or is that the special, the new appendix that you've created?
That's the new appendix.
Okay, so I've done a completely, or I'm recommending or proposing a completely new appendix, which clearly talks to that report. And then in Schedule 12 is a one-liner that I've popped in at the start of the schedule under the high and very high coastal natural character areas title, which simply says Appendix X provides guidance on how the evaluation of natural character of the coastal environment that informs the schedule was undertaken. So it's just a signpost to the appendix, which then talks to the Boffa report. So look, maybe there's a better way of achieving the outcome.
I mean, clearly you want people to use it, so it's, so a big, large red flag is often seen a bit better than a smaller one.
So I think just work through that in your own mind, and if in reply you could point out the links to us, steps in the chain, how we, now the last spatial issue I want to talk to you about is the quarry. I think that there's an issue in my mind, at least, that Mr. Anstey was relying on BOFers, and BOFers relied on a non-existent ridgeline because it's been dug out over the last 50 years or however many years. And standing on the site, looking at, well, where's the first ridgeline? That, in terms of the normal test of coastal environment, start with the first ridgeline, first significant ridgeline. The first significant ridgeline appears to be below the quarry. And that if there was, and although there was historically a different ridgeline further inland, north, it's no longer there. So that you heard our discussion with Mr. Anstey. Where are you landing now based on that discussion, based on all of those issues? Have you moved at all? And if so, where?
Guess I would be comfortable with that coastal environment line following the line of the existing quarry, the worked area. But less comfortable with it moving to include areas that haven't been quarried.
And I suppose and where does the sediment pond, what they call it, the mud flat, mud pool.
I mean, I still struggle with the concept that either the coastal environment is identified using a method that looks at kind of coastal influences and doesn't focus in on the detail of like whether the natural character is low through to high, because that's just not how that assessment's been undertaken across the city.
Like I understand that's Mr. Anstey's critique of Mr. Bray's reasoning, and I'm sort of trying to step back and say, well, what BOFers set out to do was start with the first obvious ridge line, and if there wasn't a first obvious ridge line, to then look for other factors. Which is why, and we talked to Mr. Anstey about, well, how did that actually play out in the central city? But so put that to one side. But where there is an apparent initial ridge line, the logic of both BOFers, it seemed to me, would be that's where you start and you say, well, in that area, where's the first ridge line?
Arguably, if that ridge line's gone, then you move up as opposed to down. If they dismissed that, that first one to begin with,
but I suppose we don't know what the original profile was, whether it was just a gradual rise
Mm.
or whether it flattened and then went again.
Sure.
And certainly over where the mud pool is, it seems they've added a whole lot of mud, but they haven't dug it out, and it seems to rise, flatten off where the pool is, and there's a knob behind it.
Mm.
So it's like a series of steps rather than a continuous rise. You say that, but so I think that you said so you echo Mr. Anstey's concern about Mr. Bray's rationale or his reasoning process, but in terms of the landform, like you're sitting alongside Mr. Anstey, as I understand it, saying you'd be comfortable having the line below the quarry, at least where it's been worked. And then the next question is how you join the two edges to the broader line. So any bright suggestions on that score?
If the landscape architects are crown.
What's that?
If the landscape architects are crown, let potentially let Clive and Mr. Bray try and work through that.
Well, I think that like Mr. Bray's on record as to how he thinks it should be. They should be joined because he's provided a continuous line, and Mr. Anstey's described to us like a carve out, but he hasn't described how they would be joined at either side. And I wonder if I could leave it with you as I'm not directing that they conference because Mr. Anstey and you and the council are entitled to the final word on the subject and reply. But I think it would be helpful if they could have a discussion on a hypothetical basis that if the line went below the active worked quarry, how do you join that line with the lines on either side?
Yeah. I guess that was my intent.
Yeah.
Comment
And if they and desirably that should be before we hear from Mr. Bray, because it like if if their discussion produces a slightly different line, then we can discuss that with him when he appears, and Mr. Anstey can have the last word in reply. But if they could have the discussion before Thursday, that would be good. You comfortable with that, Mr. Dash? That as a go forward? Those are, I think, all the questions I had for you on coastal environment. We've still got to go to natural character and public access, but I'll just ask my question. Let's be sitting quietly in the corner.
I'm sitting quietly and thinking, you're asking all my questions. I was mainly, my main concern was with regards to the buffer school report and how policy 10, for example, appropriate or inappropriate activities. How does anybody know what an inappropriate activity is if they don't understand what the values are, and there is no reference that I could find anywhere in the provisions that actually refers back to any values or qualities of things. So it needs to be quite clearly, and I think the current approach of having an appendix that refers to something else is a little bit too far away from getting a clear answer to what is inappropriate or what is appropriate.
But I think
I mean, I note that even an era, I didn't carry those through, those supplementary changes through to P10, but I think the issue around that lack of clarity around inappropriateness is in part resolved through that amendment to P10, which now focuses on specific activities. But I guess that issue kind of remains around that wider how the chapter works and how it links back to P2 and simply talks just adverse effects and what are the values that and how does that play out through a consenting process. That's a live issue. Yeah.
There's one point in saying that's the activity that is appropriate or inappropriate, but what that then in the next step has an effect on needs to be pointed out. There's a little bit of a gap. That was my main concern, but
anything more on coastal environment? Did I miss anything on your list?
Various
Is it that-
opinions appear.
I just had a couple of little typos actually. So in paragraph 46 of your rebuttal, you talk about CEP 28. No, we only go up to P26, so I'm assuming that was just a typo.
It will be.
Yeah.
Twice, in fact.
Yeah.
Off the top of my head, I can't refer to the specific policy I was attending unless.
Yeah, well, I wasn't either, but I assumed it was 26, but I didn't actually.
26 is hard engineering.
Oh, so it's probably 25, which when you refer to green
Green
infrastructure, it'd be P25.
Possibly, yeah. I'd
25.
have to go and check.
Yeah. One other small one was in relation to your paragraph 293 of your 42.
It's 26.6. The answer. 6 policy 6.
Yeah.
All right.
And 293.
Sorry, section 42A, page.
Yeah, so paragraph 293. Relation to clause 2C,
Yes.
there's just a typo, which should be remedied, and you've got remedies.
Yes. And 2C.
Yeah, so in your
Yeah.
provisions,
Yeah.
it says remedies, but
Remedies,
it
yeah.
should be remedied as in
yeah.
your 42. Yeah,
Sure.
sorry. Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you. That's all I had.
Okay, well, we've moved to natural character and is there anything you want to say by way of introduction to this? Or-
If you just give me 30 seconds, please, I'll just get rid of some paper. Get the right paper in front of me. Look, I'm happy just to go straight into questions if you're comfortable with that.
Right.
There weren't, relatively low numbers of submissions, so I'm happy just to kind of work through, and minimal change, I guess, as well, comparatively. So happy to just be in your hands in terms of your questions.
Okay, well, we'll start with Commissioner Birch then.
So just in paragraph 459, this is in relation to Greater Wellington's mission. I just sort of needed a bit more background to this. So you're saying that method 30 of the NRP commits Greater Wellington to produce a list for the beds of the lakes and rivers and wetlands by 2026. And until that's been achieved, method 31 works in the interim. What I understand that they were seeking was a new provision for the margins rather than the beds. So I just wondered, have I interpreted that correctly? Because obviously you manage different parts. So what I was thinking that they were asking was a policy for the margins, and you've come back and said, oh, well, they have to identify the beds. They're two different spatial areas.
Look, I think at a simple level, I guess, my understanding was that they were looking for a similar kind of interim policy and provisions within the district plan that recognise that work hasn't been done and how it will be treated in the interim. I don't think that's needed. I think the consenting process will
take care of that.
Take care of that.
Yeah.
And should this work be done in the near future, as indicated, then we could look at a future plan change if there's a need to put a new schedule in or spatially identify areas that have a certain level of natural character in those margins outside of the coastal environment.
Okay, so in the meantime, you consider that the plan will take care of that. Yeah. Just 465, which is in relation to Taranaki Whānui submission. I just want to clarify what I'm understanding. So you're saying that the
So what paragraph was that, sorry?
465.
465. Thank you.
So the provisions by themselves will not result in a significant additional restriction on development on those parcels. But what I understand the submitter is saying is that in combination with other provisions of the plan for that particular area will result in significant restrictions. So you've cherry picked the natural character out and said, well, that in itself won't. But I understand from the submitter is saying, but with a conglomerate of overlays to them, they see that there would be a significant restriction. But I understand what you're saying is that one doesn't cause the significant restriction, it's the combination.
Well, the combination could.
Yeah.
But I don't think that these provisions contribute to that. well, only to a very, in a very minor way, potentially. And I guess turn back to the fact that they're required,
Yes.
but it's not, I wouldn't see it as significantly impacting.
But I think that from the submitter's
Yeah.
angle, they're saying there is a significant restriction, or could be, as you said, when you layer all the aspects onto it.
Mm.
Yeah.
Interesting issue, of course, because of the way we've split the hearings. The theory is that the wrap-up hearing is intended to deal with integration matters, but I'm not sure that it's well adapted to that kind of submission. Sort of because we're picking off each chapter on a chapter by chapter basis. Some of them are dealt with by, well, we talked about the REG and the infrastructure by basically shifting stuff out of one bucket into another.
Mm.
So how do you get an integrated assessment of the combined effect of all of these provisions? And when will we get an integrated assessment of the combined effect given against the background of this kind of submission? Which there may be, that may be something that you need to go and have a chat to your colleagues about and alert them to the fact that if nothing else, we'll need to return to this in the wrap-up section, wrap-up hearing.
Noted.
Okay, that's where I was heading. Yeah. So just in relation to P1, you've accepted, oh, sorry, this is about paragraph 489. You've accepted forest and bird and part, ecological values of riparian margin. And I just wondered, as I'm referring also to the public access P1 and P2, where you've accepted using the words maintain or enhance, whereas here you haven't used those, and I just wondered whether there was any consistency thing in terms of the public access provisions.
Just to clarify, in terms of how the recommended 1.5 talks to will not be adversely affected as opposed to the language used in public access policies.
So yeah.
Okay. Can that be a matter you
So,
leave
yes.
with me to look at in terms of?
Yeah, I mean, you've got, that they will not be adversely affected, but I just wondered whether maintain or enhanced is more consistent with like P2, for example, and just plan in general.
Yep. Oh, look, obviously consistency is the ideal outcome. So
Yeah, I just wondered if there is a difference in those two meanings too, to be honest. If something's adversely affected or if it's maintained and enhanced.
I think there is a difference.
Whether that difference.
Case law says that maintain may require positive action, whereas protecting is a negative thing. You're stopping something from occurring. Sort of like predator protection. Protecting is putting up a fence. Maintaining is going out and trapping and that kind of thing.
Just something for you to ponder. It's just something I picked up, and I just wondered yeah, what the difference is, if it's relevant, and just plan consistency.
While we're on P1,
Yeah, public access or
No, we're not. We're on natural character, but I happen to be looking at both and it jumped.
while looking at natural character P1,
Yes.
the ecological values, the riparian margin will not be adversely affected, which seems to me to be an avoidance policy with all of the implications that goes with that.
Yep.
And I was thinking about, I'm not sure there are any, but what about like flood protection? Stop banks, are there any streams in the Wellington City that have flood protection? Also thinking about pipes sticking in through the riparian margin, stormwater pipes, water intakes. The answer to that may be, well, their infrastructure, but
Yeah, I mean,
it's thinking. I was trying to think about, are there situations where an avoidance position would be problematic?
are you talking specifically to 5?
I am.
Yeah, I mean, I take your point and I agree that that probably needs some further consideration. I think I've discussed this in my section 42A, but that first limb, it protects the natural character, integrates with the landform, which I haven't touched, but I guess I discuss how ecological values are inherent or part of natural character. So you're already starting at a position which is a protect position. So I probably have to give some more thought around to how 1.1 and 1.5 work together.
Okay, we'll leave that one with you. So, sorry, Commissioner, you carry on.
Next one's an easy one. So in regards to rule 2, it's just a typo. In clause A1, it's about Indigenous role. Thanks. That was all I had. Thank you.
See if going back, Mr. Searle, to 455. Saying, well, you don't think that further clarity is required. I was mulling over, trying to remember what's in all these various. Can you talk me through how activities with effects on water quality in the CMA are addressed? Sort of, you're saying, well, it's relevant rule, and it's all provided for. But I was thinking about the specific example of like earthworks or construction work that has the ultimate downstream effect on coastal water quality, because this is the mountains to the sea and the CPS. or the NPSFM, that whole concept that everything ends up in the sea eventually.
So there are earthworks provisions around earthworks and margins. So that would, those provisions.
They're in the earthworks chapter, presumably. Which of course is Commissioner Dacia's baby. He can tell me what's in them in due course. But your answer is that you're comfortable that they're addressed in the earthworks chapter.
Correct.
That was the only other question I had, Commissioner Dacia. Did you have any questions on natural character?
Just be interested in your observation about the changes to the introduction you proposed. Port. You're leading on from 466. There's quite a suite of changes there. But in there, there's reference to the resource management NES for freshwater regulations. I'm just wondering how nimble this chapter will be with changes that there are in terms of freshwater regulations themselves, which may or may not be signaled. The next round of RMA changes by embodying another piece of legislation within the introduction of the chapter. I guess it is in the introduction, and that helps. Just wondered whether you had a view on whether it will be nimble enough. Changes in the future.
I mean, arguably it doesn't need to be there. It's kind of advisory. It's an explanation. And again, potentially it could be a simple, I mean, you could look at removing it now, or you could probably, it'd be a relatively straightforward process to remove it in future, given it doesn't have any implication on the plan provisions themselves or how they apply.
The reason that reference is there is explaining why things are not in the plan. So the interesting thing would be if the regulations were repealed or substantially revised, would that change the need to have provisions in the plan? Like it might not be.
Yeah.
Five. Your assessment. Need to put that on. You say at 528 that policy direction enables appropriate development within riparian margins, with the matters in the policy providing the parameters for what is considered appropriate. Riparian margins within Wellington City are also likely to be stream corridors as well. Comfortable that there's the relationship between the natural hazard provisions and what we've got here in terms of R5.
I mean, it kind of undoes the permissive nature of the hazards provisions in terms of being able to undertake those activities, which.
Well, they're generally discouraged, aren't they?
Oh. If they're hard engineered.
Well, if you're looking to construct a building within a riparian margin will generally, and please correct me if I'm wrong, cover the stream corridors,
Mm,
identify for
mm.
natural hazards, which have an assumption, from my recollection, against
Yes,
putting
yeah,
things in
yeah, yeah.
those particular
Non-compliant
areas.
activity status.
So I'm just wondering whether there's the two rules are actually talking to each other, because you potentially got an RDA here. Somebody wants to put a shed in the riparian margin.
So I think I'm happy to have a closer look at that, but I think because the hazard provisions embed kind of the level of sensitivity of an activity, that should align.
Yeah.
Where there might be some buildings or structures that have a less hazard sensitive activity.
Yeah, I guess I'm looking at plan usability, because you've obviously got different chapters applying to different things, but in the case of riparian margin, natural hazards is going to kick in anyway. Just possibly leave that with you to have a ponder.
Yeah, I think that the riparian margin will go further, is more likely to go further than the extent of the stream corridor. But yeah, I can give that some further thought around how that works.
Is it based on 10 metres as the stream margin?
The margin is,
Yeah,
but that the stream
But-
corridor from hazard perspective is not.
is less. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, is there a uniform a uniform distance in the hazard chapter?
Well, they're mapped.
They are mapped.
Stream
but it's not.
corridors.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My understanding is that it's not necessarily uniform. That I think some of the strength, it all goes back to the subcatchment flood model work and the level of detail in terms of where some of those streams or rivers actually looked at in terms of their real width, or was it just a proxy put on them in terms of a 5 meter distance from the center of the stream?
I think the request is that you think about that and advise us further.
I don't have anything additional.
Commissioner Lutz, any questions on natural character? I think that we've got public access left, but we'll stop and have a coffee and deal to that immediately after we break. We'll be back at 5 to 11. Public access. Restarting the hearing, talk about public access. This, you want to go straight to questions?
Happy to.
Mr. Burge?
Just a couple of minor me. Relation to objective 2, Meridian suggested an editorial amendment. And I see you've agreed to that in your rebuttal to replace the and with an or.
Mm.
You haven't crossed out, you haven't left the and in there though, you've just deleted it. That's all right, I just noticed that myself. Whether it was there to begin with, I'm not sure actually. No, okay,
Took it out.
yeah,
Right.
just inserted or, yeah.
Which provision is that, please?
Objective 2,
Right.
just at the end of clause A, it's just insertion of or. With A or B rather than A and B.
The I had a question stemming also about objective 2, more about the breadth of, because we're talking about public access to the coastal environment. And as we discussed yesterday, the coastal environment includes a great swathe of Kilburnie and the central city. Where do private property rights fit in here? Thinking somebody can wander in to your house in the middle of Kilburnie Flats. That's what the district plan is seeking.
I think it's, well, no. It's the short answer. Is it, do you have concern with specific reference?
Well, I think it's the breadth of the objective, and because the objective drives the policies. And against a background where the area identified as part of the coastal environment is so large and covers such a big area of the developed part of the city. Now, the answer may be, once again, no submissions, tough luck. But I thought I would at least ask the question about whether the breadth of this is problematic.
Objective 1.
Objective 2, because you're saying so public access to the coast. I've got a separate issue here, and it's related. The first paragraph of the introduction says public access to, adjacent to, and along the coastal environment is maintained and enhanced. The objective 1, says public access to the coast. Is that the same thing as the coastal environment? Is that some subset of the coastal environment?
But I suspect that it's just a drafting inconsistency there. But I can look at it.
Which is the right answer?
I mean, yeah. In terms of how the plan identifies the coastal environment, I think the introduction could be a bit more specific there. And again, well, you know, scope aside, so that's something I'd have to look at if I was going to recommend any changes. Depending on if it had a material impact or not.
So your your understanding of the intent underlying these objectives is that this isn't the coastal environment. So where I started is an incorrect premise. It's maybe the coastal margins.
Correct. Coastal margins and riparian margins.
And it's the introduction which is problematic, because that implies a much broader I suppose from a scope point of view, it's much easier to conclude that fiddling with the introduction is a minor change than fiddling with the objectives. However, Commissioner, anything else?
So just, there are no rules in this chapter. And so I understand that, like, the implementation, for example, of P2 is contained in the coastal environment natural character chapters as matters of discretion. That's how this chapter works. So because there's no specific rules, they come in as matters of discretion for other rules and other chapters.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess slightly broader than just the coastal environment, but yes, through other chapters.
Yeah. So what was the thinking behind that? Is that just most efficient and effective mechanism, or?
I mean, to be completely honest, because of the lack of submissions, I didn't interrogate the chapter in the same way maybe I have with other chapters.
I mean, I guess as a nutshell,
In part-
most chapters have rules,
Yeah,
don't they? So that this one doesn't. So I just wondered.
I mean, it'll be in part the structure of the plan in terms of earthworks provision, subdivision provisions will be given effect to esplanade reserves and so forth in terms of any enhancement, I guess.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's probably for the most part that those rules are more appropriately or even required to be located in different chapters.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. That's all I had.
Commissioner Watts? Commissioner Dace?
Yeah, just one. O2 has an addition that you're proposing about public health and safety and security and so forth. And then you go to P1, talks about appropriate activities, enabling activities to maintain and enhance. So you're saying that the heavy lifting, if you like, on restricting it for security reasons, I'm thinking about the port, potentially the airport, is that entirely contained within P3? Because there's no way that you can maintain and enhance public access adjoining the port because it's a secure area. Go over the page. Oh, okay.
I mean,
So that's
Yeah.
for restrictions,
Yeah.
but then it says appropriate activity. I'm just wondering with belts and braces that you do something to P1 as well. Unless subject to the matters raised in P3.
consider that.
Presumably that would be within the scope of the airport's mission, since it was that which prompted the reference to health and safety. Something for you to ponder. That's it from me. I think that's any final questions, further thoughts, Mr. Searle? Well, thank you for your assistance, Mr. Searle. That was very useful, productive discussion. We'll move to natural features and landscapes. think the opening shot might be for you to explain to us what you've just given us, Spinhar and Giles.
Yes, I've just given you an updated Appendix A of the NFL chapter, and that's based on some of the comments and questions with Mr. Anstey and Mr. Searle. I've just listening to those questions, I've made some further amendments.
Preemptive strike.
I can speak through those.
Well, why don't you take us through those, and then we'll let's write up that fact.
So firstly, the ridgelines and hilltops overlay rules. So looking at NFL R2. These amendments came in response from discussions on the CE rules, and that they're similar, that they're permitted relying on compliance with the underlying zone provisions. And the ridgelines and hilltops rules go one step further and also require compliance with the district-wide provisions too. Having reflected on this further, I think this is somewhat redundant because the plan is to be read as a whole, and therefore, for example, the earthworks, ridgelines and hilltops specific rules would apply regardless and would be triggered and assessed where appropriate. So while you've got earthworks provisions which would capture any development in the ridgelines and hilltops, if the earthworks standard was exceeded, the assessment criteria in the earthworks chapter would only address the extent of non-compliance with earthworks and not the impacts of a building or structure, which would have separate visual amenity impacts.
That might suggest a reason why non-compliance with the general standards should be a trigger for RDA status under the NFL chapter. If, for instance, if the discretion under the earthworks chapter is constrained
Mhm.
and wouldn't consider landscape issues,
Correct.
then maybe this should. And so that would be
I think the earthworks chapter does address the effects of the earthworks on the visual amenity impacts, but looking at NFL R10, it would have only been a permitted activity where you've got compliance with the underlying zone and district-wide provisions, which wouldn't, there was nothing in the rule framework that would actually assess the impacts of a building or structure on the ridgelines and hilltops. So I've added in some matters of discretion to NFL R10 too.
I suppose the issue might be if it's permitted under the if it meets the permitted activity standards of the underlying zone, you're never going to get into your visual consideration because, for instance, it doesn't meet the earthwork standards. So like I think I'm missing something. So could you go back and go back and explain what you're trying to do and why you're trying to do it, rather than what the words say.
As notified. The rule framework's not set up to actually ever consider the visual amenity impacts on ridgelines and hilltops, because it is relying on compliance with those underlying district-wide provisions, which, for example, non-compliance with the transport chapter standards would not in of itself necessitate an assessment of adverse effects on ridgelines and hilltops. So in that sense, the triggers which would require an assessment are not actually related to impacts on amenity and are quite limited in terms of when they would be considered. So like under that rule, you could have a permitted building in the rural zone of up to 400 meters squared and 8 meters in height. And I don't think that that is appropriate as a permitted activity in the Ridgelines and Hilltops overlay without any consideration of the amenity effects of that building.
Like you used transport as an example.
It's one example, yes.
Yeah, and that I think of lots of others. But equally there will be district-wide provisions that do have overlaps with landscape issues. I think of the tangata whenua section.
Yes, but I mean, those would be addressed when the rules in that chapter are triggered, regardless of what.
Well, I suppose, have you worked through all the district-wide provisions and thought which of them have implications? Which of them would produce a situation where non-compliance with the district-wide rule would have implications for ridgeline landscape values, and that is not already assessed in the relevant district-wide provisions.
I mean, I looked at the coastal environment, signs, transport, heritage.
Just a minute, I'll just write this down. You looked at CE?
Yeah. Signs, transport, the heritage chapters, sites and areas of significance to Māori. And I'm confident about the earthworks and subdivision chapters as well.
Yeah, well, I think you know those backwards.
Yeah.
So your view is that those district-wide issues that have implications for landscape already address landscape values within the district-wide chapter so this would be duplication.
Correct. And I think as well, just an aside on that, yesterday, Commissioner Dace, you asked Mr. Anstey questions about this, well, the stability matter of ridgelines and hilltops came up. And I just want to point out that there is a policy, an associated rule and standard in the earthworks chapter that speaks to stability for ridgelines and hilltops.
So your suggested amendment, has the effect, you've deleted reference to the district-wide trigger and you've inserted, in effect, a landscape matter of discretion.
Correct.
Where
Yes.
where these rules are triggered.
Correct. And I've also amended that permitted activity rule in FL R10 that it only applies to the natural open space zone. And then any other zone would be restricted discretionary. And I've added in matters of discretion that come from the ODP, which came through from Plan Change 33. And that's quite a common theme in submissions that submitters were seeking those same protections of the ODP continue to apply.
So it's Plan Change 33, the ridge top and ridgeline and hilltop.
Correct.
Plan change that inserted those provisions in the ODP.
Correct. And I've just brought through the relevant ones for buildings and structures because there are other matters of discretion in the ODP, but those are captured now in the earthworks chapter.
The seems sort of counterintuitive that the only permitted activity you've got is in the natural open space zone, and everything else is RDA, where you might have thought it'd be the reverse. Because the natural space zone being the most protective of landscape values.
I think the natural open space chapters, their permitted activity standards for buildings and structures is quite restrictive as it is. And it's also probably worthwhile noting that 82%, I believe, of protected landscapes are in the natural open space zone, which are generally owned by council and would, enable playgrounds or community type buildings or recreation, which could be accommodated in a ridgeline or hilltop. I think for NFL R10, my concern is more that if you've got a 400 metre squared, 8 metre tall permitted activity for a rural activity building, that shouldn't be a permitted activity without any assessment of visual impacts.
Gotcha. And as you said, 82% in natural open space zone, is rural most of the other 18?
I believe so. There's a small amount of large lot residential as well. I think actually I've got to clarify that 82% is in relation to special amenity landscapes, which is NFL R11 and my amendment to natural open space
Oh,
for that.
gotcha.
I don't actually have the statistic of ownership for ridgelines.
Anything else you want to tell us about this before we get on to the chapter proper?
Probably the standards. I've reconsidered NFL S1.1 that 5 meters maximum height is more appropriate, and that reflects kind of the maximum height of the underlying zones where the natural open space maximum height is 5 meters, and for the rural and large lot it's 8 meters. So I think reducing it to 5 meters in the SAL is more appropriate. And then to note an error is that there was no assessment criteria in NFL S2. So I have just perhaps beyond scope added in those assessment criteria there.
Wash your mouth out. Beyond scope.
Or a correction and correcting an error.
About 5 meters.
There was scope from Forest and Bird to do that. And I'm confident there's scope for my other changes I've made.
On the 5 meters,
Mhm.
we'll talk about this in greater detail, but the small snafu that you've identified of SALs extending over residential zone land.
Mhm. Yeah.
And the fact that, in your view, there's no scope apart from Kilmarston, there's no scope to fix any of the others. Is it problematic to increase the restriction or the curtailment of the standards in the MDRS from what was notified?
I don't believe so, because it would be in conjunction with the recommendation dependent on scope and some legal clarification that Mr. Whittington might be able to provide, that the SALs would be removed from those MRZ and HRZ zoned sites. So the standard wouldn't have any implication for the MDRS.
Well, like Well, there are two scenarios here. The first is that, well, your position as per your rebuttal is that they shouldn't be on residential zones, but you have no scope to change it apart from Kilmarston. Mr. Slyfield for Kilmarston is going to attempt to persuade us that there is scope.
There is scope for the Kilmarston
Well,
site.
there's clearly scope for Kilmarston, but it's the others
Yes.
that are going to be the issue. And where there's no submission, his legal submissions say you can do it anyway. I'm awaiting him to tell me what authority he has for that proposition, because I can certainly know of authority to the contrary. And if there is and your recommendation is also that in the absence of scope, this is something that we need to recommend to the council that it addressed by a future plan change. My question is, in that period between our recommendation, our making a recommendation, and the council, should it deem it appropriate, promulgating a further variation or plan change, whatever, is it appropriate that we should constrain the MDRS even further than it already is, when we know that the extent of the constraint less than 11 metres is contrary to the qualifying matter provisions? And should there be a carve out for any residential land, that would be the practical way. Like it'll make the drafting much more complicated, but I'm concerned about the principle. Like, we know we have a problem, we're making it even worse by screwing it down from 8 metres to 5 metres, when we know that it should be going in the opposite direction, at least for residential land, or shouldn't apply to residential land at all.
I mean, I don't think that the issue with the residential land should prohibit making this amendment for the other zones.
Well, I can understand the logic of that, but I'm just concerned about the technical non-compliance, and in fact exacerbating the non-compliance until such time as
I'd be hesitant to make any change to the NFL chapter to have a carve out for residential zones. It might just be best addressed with a note on the E-plan that says the provisions of this chapter do not apply to MRZ and HRZ zoned land.
well, like,
rather than add in specific, rules.
well, the problem with that is that is in effect the change that you've said there's no scope for.
And I think maybe it's best, and I've discussed this with Mr. Whittington, that maybe he's best to respond and provide some clarity on how best to proceed.
Okay, I'll just write down. So, Mr. Whittington, so your ultimate answer is that Mr. Whittington is going to tell us the solution.
Yes, in terms of the legality of making a recommendation or a decision outside the scope of submissions, but that is still, the PDP still needs to comply with other legal instruments, being the MDRS.
Well, don't spoil the suspense. Is he going to agree with Mr. Slyfield?
I might leave that for Mr. Whittington to.
Just while the chair's writing that, can you just remind me what the extent of the problem is?
So there's the Kilmarston site and
Yes,
a couple of other sites.
And there's 2 other sites.
Yes, I think so. That have an special amenity landscape applying over residentially zoned land. And that standard NFLS1 sets a maximum height of 8 meters,
Mhm.
which is inconsistent with the MDRS requirements
Yeah.
because it's more restrictive than the 11-meter height in an MRZ.
That's okay. That's understood. I do recall reading that there was some other sites, but
How big are the other sites? I think you told us that that's in your rebuttal, but can you remind us? And where are they? You gave us a map.
The back of my supplementary evidence, I believe there's 14 sites. There's 2 for ridgelines and hilltops, and there's 14 for special amenity landscapes. Most of them are a non-issue in my view. There's a few reservoirs that have been rezoned through the PDP process to MRZ or HRZ. The largest one being the Kilmarston site. And then there's more kind of just small areas of land on the boundary of the urban area.
I suppose the issue that your answer gives me is, well, when are you proposing that Mr. Whittington will address this in reply? Or is he going to give us something before then?
I was anticipating in a writer reply, but
I suppose the obvious question is what or who is he replying to? And
he'll be replying to Mr. Slyfield for Kilmarston.
oh yes, I suppose that's fair. That he'll say tell us whether he agrees or disagrees with Mr. Slyfield and why.
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
So that's the issue for special amenity landscapes. There's a similar issue for ridgelines and hilltops as well, but it's slightly different in that because there's no standard which actually constrains the maximum height in a ridgeline and hilltop, it's with the MDRS. But I've still recommended that for consistency in how that overlay applies across the city, that there's, I believe, 2 sites I've identified in my supplementary evidence where the ridgeline and hilltop overlay should be removed from MRZ land.
Is there any scope to do that? Is there any submission seeking that?
I mean, it's relevant for the Parkvale site. They've requested the removal of the ridgeline and hilltop overlay for their site. And then I believe the 2 other sites have been rezoned through the ISPP process. So it would make sense.
Rezone to residential.
They've been rezoned to MRZ through the ISPP process,
Gotcha.
but they still have that ridgeline applying at the moment.
Interesting thing to me is I was going to ask you about this, but since you've raised it, I'll pose the question now. Understand your issue about consistency, but are we talking apples with apples in the sense that the issue with the SALs was that they clearly have they alter the activity status. They impose additional standards on matters that are of height, which is obviously an MDRS standard.
Mhm.
Ridgetops and hilltops overlay doesn't do either of those things. And I was reading the ISMIS report, the first report, and it says that further down, talking about how far the ridgeline, the ODP ridgeline and hilltop overlay goes, said how further down it provides assistance in the assessment of residential activities so they fit in properly. And I was thinking, well, that appears to me to be advocating the contrary proposition that you're supporting, that it should be entirely excluded from residential areas, so you don't have that quote assistance unquote.
That was a decision made prior to the notification of the PDP that the ridgeline and hilltop should not actually apply to residential land.
Where is that decision evidenced? Like, is it in the Section 32 report?
I believe it would be. Yeah, I can confirm that if it's in the Section 32.
Okay,
But for example, it was removed from quite large tracts of land like Government House, was entirely within a ridge line and hilltop in the ODP. But because Government House has now been zoned a residential zone, it's been entirely removed from that site. That's one example.
other reason is that it's a long way from the ridge line.
Potentially.
That
Another
and it's
example.
designated.
Another example is it Spenmore Street Crescent? Yeah. So that was in the ODP, had a ridge line and hilltop overlay, but because it's now being zoned residential and it's been developed, the ridgeline's been removed from that area.
So
So the general approach was if it's been developed for residential activities already, or it is intended to be developed through a residential zoning, the ridgeline and hilltop overlay should not apply.
so so you will advise us in due course where that decision is set out. So your but your reasoning is that there was a clear decision and that there are some outliers that weren't picked up.
Correct, but those outliers have come through now the ISPP process in terms of rezoning
Well,
to MRV.
yeah, and also because
So I believe there's one outlier from the notified plan, and then there's one other outlier now due to rezoning.
so that's in the ridge lines and
That's what ridgelines and hilltops.
and where does Parkvale fit into that? That's a third potential one.
The third one, because it's recommended to be rezoned through Hearing Stream 7 from rural zone to MRZ. So on the basis that that rezoning goes ahead, then my suggestion would be the ridgeline and hilltop overlay shouldn't apply to that MRZ area of land.
And can you tell us, Mr. Dace tells me that the Stream 7 reply is imminent.
It's due, yes, in an hour-ish.
Does it recommend that the whole of the development site be rezoned to MRZ?
I believe Mr. Patterson has recommended in his section 42A that the area that Parkvale sought to be MRZ.
Basically,
Be
the area below the Skyline track, like that's only part of the site because it goes way over the back.
It's not, no, it's not the entire.
No, it's
site.
the area on the Karori side of the Skyline track of the area of the site.
Yeah, the lower portion of the
Yeah.
site.
Okay. So that's a long introduction. We've covered a few things. So do you want to introduce, give us any other further introduction of your 42A report?
Don't think so. I think we've probably touched on a lot of the bigger issues. I mean, I think there's some broader matters of interpretation and application that need to be worked through. Most of those were raised yesterday in your discussions with Mr. Anstey and Mr. Searle. Yeah, and they would be the overlap of SALs and ridgelines and hilltops, as we've discussed, the self-containment of the INF and renewable electricity generation chapters, which I think you've discussed with Mr. Searle already as well. The distinction between the ridgetop within Upper Stebbings and Glenside West in comparison with the ridgelines and hilltops more broadly. And then the last other meaty issue is the identification of the outer green belt as a SAL.
Oh, funny you should say that. Let's start with the last. It seemed yesterday that the technical underpinning for identifying the outer green belt as an SAL, well, the most polite way would be to say it looked distinctly wobbly.
I mean, there was never any technical evidence to support the outer green belt being an SAL.
Well, let's just say, if there is no technical basis for identifying the outer green belt as an SAL, what is the basis on which you as a planner would recommend it be identified as an SAL? I'm well aware that the council has resolved it such, but you're in a different position to the council. You're giving us independent planning advice. What's your view?
My view is that it shouldn't be an SAL other than those two areas that in their own right meet the criteria of being an SAL, which are Mount Kaukau and Wrights Hill. My issue is that I don't believe I have the scope to remove it as an SAL. But I entirely agree that, well, it just doesn't meet the criteria of being an SAL.
I think that you rather, so your position is that it's solely a scope issue then. I read the neat piece of understatement in your paragraph 124, that the fact that that there are no values specified in in the schedules makes P3 difficult to apply, which, as I say, is something of an understatement, since the policy only directs action in relation to identified values. So if there are no identified values, there is no action directed.
That's correct, yeah.
So the next question is the identification as an SAL of any effect if the only relevant policy provides no direction?
I mean, there could be scope through that to remove it as a SAL.
That was going to be the next question.
Yeah, I mean, that submission point states that there's no identified values. I'm conscious that there's also a number of submissions in support of the identification of the outer green belt as a FAL. And there's not necessarily any submission point seeking its removal. I think Forest and Bird, yes, correctly point out there's no identified values.
But they don't say,
They don't say it's not an SAL.
and they don't, but they don't, and they don't, do they seek identification of values, and do they say what the value should be?
Don't believe so, no. No, the Forest and Bird submission says we are concerned that the outer green belt has been left off Schedule 11, and we therefore don't have the identified values to reference regarding this policy.
So they're not actually, they haven't actually sought any relief.
No. Forest and Bird have sought that the outer green belt be included in Schedule 11 using criteria set out in Policy 27 of the RPS. But to my understanding, the outer green belt does not meet the criteria set out in Policy 27, and therefore there's no values to be identified.
Well, it's a bit circular. If there's no
values.
No one has identified any values that would meet the criteria.
Therefore, there's nothing to include in schedule.
Therefore, there's nothing to include in the schedule. And if there's nothing in the schedule, then the policy is of no effect. And I hesitate to say the whole thing's a charade. It's sort of like or a placebo, make you feel good because it's identified, but it has no effect. Fine. So we'll leave. I will leave the outer green belt. See if anyone else have any questions about the outer green belt.
Can you just remind me, the outer green belt, is that almost entirely within council ownership?
It is 99.6% in public ownership, yes.
Okay, and
Yeah,
presumably
public ownership is not quite
Public-
so.
It's council and or owned by the Queen or the King.
so it's public ownership.
Yes,
And presumably the other 0.4, the council is in,
Is in private ownership.
but the council's in some sort of negotiation to purchase.
potentially. I'm not.
Yeah.
against that.
I've been thinking about what the options are available to us with this. And you've had a good discussion with the chair and everything all appears a bit mucky. Leave it as it is, or try and draft some form of values and attributes which would apply to those parts which are not
I mean, you
right
could,
so, or
you could do that, but I'm not sure it would be good practice to like backfill to come up with some values if
Yeah.
they don't meet the criteria of.
Mm.
The question is, where are the values we draft coming from if we have no evidence?
Exactly.
and the other thing is subject to reserves management plans as well under the
Correct,
Reserves Act.
Yeah.
So whether it's in terms of the district plan, doesn't really matter. That there is this fix which needs to be made. So I'm hypothesizing there.
Yeah, I mean, I think the two areas of the outer green belt that do meet the criteria of being an SAL, I think it's sufficient and appropriate that those be identified and not necessarily the remainder in between bits of the outer green belt. Because they, as you say, they do have that management plan that is separate from the district plan.
Well, the other reason to identify the two that meet the criteria is that the RPS directs that they be identified.
Yes.
Exactly.
You good, Lindsay?
We're going into just general questions now.
Well, I was going to deal with the big ticket items and then pick up anything else.
Yeah.
So the next big ticket item you listed, I wrote down, you gave me 4. The first is the ridgetop and ridgeline and hilltop overlay, which we've talked about. Second is the identification of the outer green belt, which we talked about. The third I wrote down was the self-containing nature of the infrastructure and REG chapters. So I think the issue for me is the same issue I discussed with Mr. Searle. It's one thing to say that there are provisions in another chapter, but that doesn't mean that's not saying that the provisions in this chapter are not relevant. And if that's the intention, it needs to say that. And it also needs to be clear as that whether it's just the rules or the objectives, policies, and the rules, particularly if there are any non-complying activities lurking around.
And I think Mr. Searle and I are on the same page on that. And we both feel that there needs to be a consistent approach across the whole PDP, and perhaps it's best addressed in the next hearing stream for the INF and REG chapters.
It needs to be a clear, consistent position. But
It's the wrap up here, because in that other relevant district plan provisions section in the introduction, it's not necessarily consistent the way other chapters are referred to in terms of whether it's provisions or policies and rules, or I think if there is scope to do so, it would be beneficial to make those references consistent.
I don't think there's much value. We've been through with the detail with Mr. Searle. You got, as you say, you're on the same page as he is. But the important thing from my perspective is that your advice is the intention of the NFL chapter is that none of it applies to infrastructure or REG, lock, stock and barrel.
Correct, I think. My view is that anything to do with natural features and landscapes as it relates to infrastructure or renewable electricity generation should be entirely self-contained in those chapters. And the NFL chapter doesn't need to be amended to mention those matters as Meridian has requested.
Right. And effectively, it's nothing in the NFL, I overstated, nothing in the NFL chapter applies unless it's incorporated by reference in the REG or infrastructure chapter. I don't know if there are such references. That's an issue. That's a question for stream 9. That's next month's problem. Okay. Any other questions on that, commissioners? Lastly, then, on the big ticket items, Upper Stemmings and Glenside West.
Yes.
Um,
I think just noting that there are some submitters who have sought specific protection for the ridge line in Glenside West, but I just want to note that that's actually a ridge top managed separately in a separate chapter.
the first question is, why is it different?
It's a great question. My assumption would be that in the same way that the ridgelines and hilltops ODP overlay was removed from all residentially developed or intended to be residentially developed areas, such as Spenmore Street, Crescent, and Government House, it was also removed from the development area because it's intended to be developed for residential purposes, but that because it's in a greenfield site, that it's appropriate to retain some form of restriction and protect the amenity values of that ridge top. So it's just got a more unique, bespoke carve out for that area. And it's also quite restrictive in that ridgetop overlay that it's a no build for any construction of buildings in that ridgetop.
So the intention is that in those two development areas, whatever you call it, and maybe the similarity of wording is inherently problematic.
I mean, the distinction.
Because it's a pretty fine distinction between a ridgeline and a ridgetop.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, in terms of identification of their spatial extent, they are the same thing. But the distinction in terms of the naming and how they apply is that the ridge top in Upper Stebbings and Glenside West has much more restrictive.
Well, that was going to be the point I picked up on. So the answer to the concerns expressed by submitters that we will hear from probably tomorrow, I'm not sure if it's tomorrow or the next day, is that the provisions in Upper Stebbings and Glenside West are more restrictive, not less.
Correct. And I believe those submitters attended hearing stream 6 as well and spoke to those matters.
Yes.
But those submitters have also more broadly sought that the PDP reinstate the protections afforded by Plan Change 33. And that's what I sought to do in that updated Appendix A I've handed you.
I wonder whether rather than having a very similar name, these two areas should be treated as a subset of the broader ridgeline and hilltop overlay. That are subject to additional rules, as you say, additional constraints. What's your view? Like, as I say, my immediate reaction is that the difference in wording is entirely too subtle, and it needs to be stated more clearly that this is a carve out, and it's a carve out for a purpose to provide greater protection, not less. That obviously there's a spatial component that the submitters are addressing, that it should provide, it should be over a broader area. We'll address that with them. But it's my reading of I was trying to find my way through the second ISMIS report. It's a bit difficult because they don't use the same terminology. My understanding of what they were saying was they didn't address upper stemming in Glenside West because it was sort of parked off to the side. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, the ridge top in Upper Stevens and Glenside West. I think that, again, another reason for that distinction was that the ridge top is mapped in the development plan, or essentially a structure plan for that development area.
Rather than as an overlay.
So it's, yeah. Yes.
But would it matter if it was part of the overlay, if it were clear that there were additional rules that are in the development chapters that relate to it?
I mean, having been through hearing stream 6, I feel other than the confusing title of ridgetop versus ridgelines and hilltops, I'm entirely comfortable with the distinction between how they're addressed.
Yeah, and but the issue for me is what is the mechanism by which that difference plays out, and is it more appropriate that it's part of the ridgelines overlay but subject to the provisions in the development chapter?
I can look into it, but I'm comfortable that they're addressed separately, and that the ridge top not be a ridgeline and hilltop.
Or maybe if you I think we should ask you to ponder it. Like you stated clearly your preference, and I understand that. The residual question is, can you come up with a better label that actually makes that distinction clearer?
Yeah, I can look into that.
So what I'm writing down on my notes, I'm asking you to think about the substantive question, but if you remain of that view, at least think about what you how you're labeling it. Any other questions on that score, on that issue?
Not having been involved in hearing stream 6, I'm a little bit behind the 8 ball behind that. Just having a look at the district plan itself, there is no map as an appendix.
That's correct. It was left out in error. So my recommendation through hearing stream 6.
Okay, because that would clarify, because we also had this range of submitters appear at hearing stream 7 as well. And I was struggling to find a map, like, because I think in the ODP there was a structure plan that was actually attached and or similar. And I was struggling to look spatially about what this was all about, to be frank. So that's in the hearing stream 6 material. Okay,
And
thank you.
confident that the submitter's concerns as it relates to the ridge top have been comprehensively addressed through that hearing.
And that we'll hear from them again about the spatial dimensions, and but you address those, and
Correct.
like I think from their point of view, or from our point of view, we only get into those issues if we agree with them that what is identified in the structure plan is a ridgeline and hilltop overlay, and like at that point it's an open question about what the dimensions are. But if it's something different, it probably stays in the development chapters. Sort of like the logic is, if they persuade us that it should be part of the overlay, then that generates a series of further questions about how big it is, and I suppose they would say that maybe the same provisions should apply. I'm not sure they will. We'll hear from them about that. But your position is that there's a good reason for them to be different, and you've already addressed how they should be different and where they should be in the context of the development provisions. And it's only if we disagree with you on the first question that we get into it at all.
Correct. Yes. I mean, my understanding of the submitter's concerns is they want plan change 33 to be basically replicated in the PDP.
Yeah. Any questions? Questions on that picture? Well, I think that we'll now see what else I had doodled in the margins of the 42A report. Well, a request, Mr. Tiley in his speaking notes refers to a 2018 Upper Steppings report, but he didn't supply us with a copy. Can you give us a link to that report?
Most likely will be in the hearing stream 642A report, but I can provide it.
Like it's not on the website because I did go like that's not on the hearing stream website,
No.
but it might be contained within it. But,
If it's a benefit as well in your discussions and thinking around the ridge top in Upper Steppings and Glenside West, attached to my writer reply for the development areas is a set of maps which compares the ODP overlay with the Boffa-Miskel assessment, then with my recommended ridge top for the development area.
Did you say that's
Hearing
your
stream
42 or is that?
My writer reply.
Writing reply on the stream 6, which will be on the website.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Might ask Jazz if she can print out some copies if that's helpful, because
Yeah, that would be good actually, because my copies are sitting in Napier, which is not a big help right this minute. Before we hear from Mr. Blacklock and Mr. Tiley. Yeah. So just to clarify my thinking about the difference between SALs and ridge lines and hilltop overlays.
Mhm.
They're both sourced back to Section 7, the amenity provisions of
Correct.
But SALs have a wider range of values or a higher level of amenity values and therefore attract more protection.
Correct.
Is that in a nutshell?
Yes, yeah, I view it as a 3-tiered landscape. Where Awini Fell sit at the top, obviously, and then SALs, and then ridgelines and hilltops is that 3rd tier.
And the other difference is that SALs are directed to be identified in the RPS, whereas ridgetops and ridgelines and hilltops are entirely a council initiative.
Correct, yes.
That fact prompts me to ask you, perhaps rhetorically, as I understand the issue with Kilmarston, and indeed the other SALs on residential land, it's not that they've been identified, but that they haven't been assessed in terms of 77J and 77L, haven't been evaluated.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, so I mean, my view is that they are SALs, they meet the criteria of being SALs. The land which they overlay is important. But I guess I'm stuck in a conundrum where the technical evidence supports them as an SAL, but I don't have the support from the planning process to have them
Yeah.
apply to those sites.
So your recommendation is, put aside everywhere else other than Kilmarston, is that they be removed from the Kilmarston land, or the SAL overlay be removed from the Kilmarston MRZ land, to be precise, on the basis that it hasn't been properly evaluated.
Yeah, on the basis that I agree with their evidence that they've provided.
Like, well, it's planning, sort of planning / legal, but your view is that on a landscape basis that they still qualify as an SAL. Is that correct?
Relying on
Yeah.
the evidence of Mr. Anstey and
Yeah.
the BOFA report. Yes.
Does that mean that our recommendation to council should be that it be they be removed in the interim, and that it's that council promulgate a plan change supported by an appropriate 77J and 77L evaluation, which, if it concludes that a restriction on the MDRS standards is warranted, that it should be identified as SAL? Does it go? Is that where that logic takes you?
That's one option that I've considered in my supplementary. I'd be hesitant to say that is the option to go with, but it is one option. And again, Mr. Whittington might also be able to provide.
I'm thinking in terms, we've got conflicting legal directions here. The RPS, which we are bound to follow, says you must identify. Section 77J and L saying you can only identify it as an SAL if you evaluate it and can conclude as a result of the site-specific evaluation all the things that you're required to conclude before you can tick off a qualifying matter that I used to have memorised, but I've now forgotten. But that would seem to suggest to me that unless there's a change of thinking in terms of the landscape merits of the land, the RPS would not allow the matter just to be sit. Say action has to be taken, and it may be that having undertaken the evaluation, the conclusion is that it's hopeless. It will never meet the required tests under 77L, which goes no further. But am I reading that right? Is that the chain of logic?
Yes, I mean, there's a conflict there between the NPS UD and policy 27 of the RPS. And perhaps Mr. Whittington can provide some responses on that matter.
You could pass on, I was mulling over your advice, you could pass on to Mr. Whittington the fact that I'll be interested if he tells us that we have the ability to decide without a submission that what was done was illegal in putting in the plan. The consistency of that position with the advice he gave us about in stream 1 about the ability to decide that things had not properly been identified as ISPP matters, where he was saying that what the council had done, that we had no jurisdiction to alter that because that was a council decision. So, as I say, you might draw that to his attention.
Made a note. I will let him know.
Yes, I'm sure that will make his day. Moving into the provisions, talk about the objective 3. Yeah, your recommendation at 152. And I was thinking about the start, the natural green backdrop with those rather large white wind turbines all over said ridge lines, and then the continuity of open space, again with said large structures stuck on the top of the ridge line. And so the question is, I understand why you're not recommending acceptance of meridians, but does some acknowledgement need to be made that as an outcome, what is currently stated in objective 3 is not actually possible? So, for instance, maybe talk about relatively continuous open space, that generally green belt, that backdrop, but it just seemed not quite fit.
And for the wind turbines themselves, this objective wouldn't be relevant.
Well, yes, but in terms of describing what is the outcome that the plan is seeking, it's not going to alter the how the wind turbines are managed, but in terms of what ultimate outcome is achievable given those turbines aren't going anywhere. It's sort of a variation of the question I asked Mr. Anstey yesterday, saying, and I said, well, the fact that you've got those turbines, does that alter the values of the O&L in front of it because they're part of the backdrop? And he said no. So that's his technical view. That's fine. I understand that. But the question is, when you're talking about the ridge lines that those turbines are sitting on, it's not continuous open space because you've got these big turbines at sort of, I don't know how many 100-meter intervals. And sort of, what do you mean by open space? Is there like, I think in an objective span, a small O and a small s, that means an absence of structures, and clearly that is not the case.
I mean, it's something I can look
Yeah,
again at.
like you're right that of course because of the way it's set up, it doesn't actually influence the management of the turbines, but it's more the fact that does it make the objective a nonsense? And could you solve that by a little quiet tweaking of the wording, as I say, talking about relatively continuous?
Could be. I'd just note that the ridgelines and hilltops overlay review by Isthmus noted that the values of the ridgelines and hilltops are based on a visual continuum of relatively undeveloped.
Yes, I noted that too. That's where I got the idea from. um, um,
Just while we're on O3.
Yeah.
In your changes to propose to and enhance where practicable. What's your understanding about how the where enhanced where practical would actually be achieved in terms of that objective? Is it relating to planting or see something more? You're going to look for an enhancement of those characteristics of those identified ridgelines, hilltops.
It could be through planting, through the restoration and enhancement
Yeah.
direction that there is. And then it stems from that strategic direction NE05, which refers to that values are maintained or enhanced. So I've just brought that through into the NEFL objective as well.
Yeah, I just wonder what tools are in somebody's toolbox to actually get to the enhancement apart from planting.
Yeah, I think
You-
planting would
Be about the only thing. Okay.
well, that comes back to my question. What do we mean by open space? Like, because if you're going to put trees all over it or bush all over it, it's, to me, there's an argument it's no longer open.
Well,
Like it's sort of, is it open space in a planning sense, or is it open in a dictionary sense?
I would consider it like as a natural open space, could like in comparison to the natural open space zone, which is, as I understand it, quite heavily
So as compared to what?
the natural open space zone or the open space zone.
So you're losing it in a lay sense of natural open space. That,
Yes, I think.
planting's not inconsistent, or and well, planting is it's more than not inconsistent. It is positively consistent with, if by planting you're going to enhance open space values.
Yes, that's my understanding.
Well, at 12:28, might stop for lunch now, and you're happy to come back say quarter past one. Like I don't I think we're confidently thinking about finishing up sort of mid-afternoon latest. So we crack into it and make up, get some free time at the end of the day rather than over lunch. Okay, we're back on the job at quarter past one. Restarting stream 8 hearing. This one, her and Giles. Talk about policy 2, as you suggested it be amended. The question I had is, well, 2 questions. First of all, if these are alternatives, what is the need? What is the function of the third alternative?
In terms of which activity would have a functional and operational need.
What activity would be assisted by the third alternative that wouldn't already be provided for by the second?
I think prior to the changes I've recommended, that third clause would have captured borrowing activities and also renewable electricity generation. But now that those are covered elsewhere, the functional and operational need probably is not.
Well, I was more
necessary.
thinking the second one is any adverse effects can be mitigated.
Mhm.
The third one is there's a functional operational need and any adverse effects can be mitigated.
Yes.
So if you pass the second, no one would need to establish that they had a functional or operational need. It's the first 2 capture all alternatives.
That's correct. The amended wording there came from Mr. Lewandowski for Parkvale Road, which I thought made sense. So adopted his wording, but the third clause could be deleted now.
And the second point is what guidance does a policy direction that any adverse effects can be mitigated give you? Because I'm thinking to myself, anything can be mitigated. The question is, will it be mitigated to an adequate extent for the end result to be acceptable? Because mitigated is synonym for reduced.
I agree. Can be mitigated doesn't offer anything. It could be landscape values are mitigated.
Well, like it both can be and mitigated without any definition of mitigated to what extent. Like,
And I think I've tried to address that through the matters of discretion I've added in NFLR 10.
but the matters of discretion cross-reference the policy and the Like I'm thinking cynically of an applicant who shows up and says, well, I painted it in environmental green, no matter that it's 15 metres high and sticks out like a sore thumb.
Mhm.
It's still within the policy. Now, it may be that there's no scope, but the I'm sort of expressing vague concern that that's incredibly enabling, that because it doesn't constrain anything.
And I share that concern, but I don't think there is scope to make any.
Well, like I suppose if you go back to where it started, because they were cumulative, that was only part of the equation rather than enough all on its own. It's the converting them to the alternatives that creates that situation. So I'll have that discussion with Mr. Lewandowski, but it seemed to me that you've created a problem by accommodating his submission that didn't previously exist. Well, not nearly to the same extent.
I think maybe the reason he suggested, or one of the reasons, was that, or was one of that policy, the activity is compliant with the underlying zone provisions. That covers your permitted activity rule, the notified permitted activity rule of NFL R10. And then when you move to the restricted discretionary, at that point, you would look at clause 2 and 3 of that policy.
Yeah, and like his suggested relief was compliant with natural underlying zone provisions and can mitigate any adverse effects, or compliant with, or there's a functional operational need. Like his concern was because they were all cumulative, you couldn't get past go without having a operational or functional need, even if you were compliant with the underlying zone provisions. So like, is there merit in going back to where he started and thinking about it again, about whether there are other ways to skin this cat?
Yeah, it's worthwhile looking at it again.
The reading the reasoning in your paragraph 189, You're talking about consistency with policies 13 and 15 of the CPS. My understanding is they aren't about SALs, they're about outstanding landscapes and ecosystems. So does the does that reasoning follow? That you're saying quoting your earthworks 42A avoids more appropriate earthworks within SAL, and therefore it be amended to give effect to 13 and 15, which aren't about SALs. So I was
Yeah, my reading of policy 15 of the NZCPS, which may or may not be the correct interpretation, is that it says avoid adverse effects on outstanding natural features and landscapes, or outstanding natural features and outstanding natural landscapes in the coastal environment. And then as the second clause, it says avoid significant adverse effects and avoid, remedy or mitigate other adverse effects on activities.
point. So you're picking off the second element, the
Which-
other.
Correct, which I interpret to be especially
Yeah,
in the
okay.
landscape.
Gotcha.
The complicated thing with that, just to note, is that in this section 42A, I've relied on my earthworks section 42A in recommending it be an avoid directive. But in the decisions version of the earthworks chapter, that avoid wasn't carried through.
Thank you for that.
And there may be other instances as well. I think, as I pointed out in hearing stream 5, that recommendations in these chapters, including Mr. Sill's chapter, might then have repercussions for earthworks in particular.
But the but in your view, it's firmly based on the CPS anyway, irrespective of what the earthworks chapter says.
Correct, yeah.
And has Trevor moved off P3 and P4?
Yep, you go.
Okay,
You go for it.
apart from the NZCPS imperative for wording about avoid, can you just explain why P3 has got only allow and P4 is about avoid when one is dealing with inside coastal environment and one's dealing with outside? Wouldn't you want to treat the two the same in terms of the wording?
I mean, that they both would have an avoid directive.
Or they both would have an only allow directive?
I mean, my view is that avoid is more consistent with the directive in the NZCPS.
Yep. And so in relation to SALs outside the coastal environment, they have importance.
They do have importance.
And should you be looking to avoid for use and development in those as well, rather than only allowing for them?
Yes, I mean, it could make sense to use a void for NFL P3, but then I think there needs to be a distinction between SALs and the higher tier of ONFL, and ONFL should have a more restrictive policy framework. So if NFL P3 was to be a void, I think NFL P5 would also need to be in a void directive.
So if you were going to make them consistent, you'd say avoid in both. Is that, if I got that correct? Right.
At the moment, I'm comfortable with only allow for NFL P3, but I'm happy to reconsider if a void is more appropriate.
So just on those two as well, are you concerned only about maintaining the identified landscape values and characteristics?
For NFL P3,
Both P3 and 4. That the outcome is just about maintaining those values and characteristics?
it could be extended to include enhanced where practicable, but as per NFL 02.
Yeah.
I think that would be appropriate. I'm not sure I would have any scope.
Okay. Yep. Maybe we could just check the scope, and if possible, enhanced might be appropriate.
My next point is on P8. Any advance on P8? Avoiding the extension of new plantation forest, basically avoiding the extension of plantation forestry. Do wilding pines qualify as an extension?
Not sure. I'd have to look into that.
Like on the basis that it's quite difficult to control wilding pines, as many councils have found. And like clearly they're not a new plantation forest because they're not a plantation, but you are extending an existing plantation forest through wilding spread. And as I say, that it's impractical to avoid it, as I understand it. So that might be something for you to ponder, how you could, or talk about the planned extension, something like that.
It might also be if there's a definition of plantation forestry.
Yeah, but the trouble is that if you're talking about extending a plantation forest, that doesn't necessarily mean that the extension is a plantation forest.
You can see that. I'll made a note.
In P9, I was trying to figure out in sub policy 2 what the effect of the commas was. Are you saying put another way? Is the fencing off from stock subject to the where practical qualification? Because on the face of it, the comma would suggest not.
The comment could be removed.
Yeah, well, like I suppose stepping away from rather sterile arguments about, grammatical perfection. What's that?
It's Oxford comma.
I'm glad you're across this, Commissioner.
To be avoided in my view, but
Yes, I suppose the question is, what is the intent underlying that sub-policy? Explain that to me, and then I'll try and figure out whether I think you've achieved it. It's, if you break it down, there are three things going on. You're encouraging natural regeneration. I think that you're encouraging, where practical, the removal of pest species. Where does fencing off from stock fit in? Are you encouraging that? Are you encouraging it where it's practical? I suppose there may not be any difference if it's only an encouragement anyway, but
Yeah, I'd agree that that comma could be removed, and that would fit the intention of encouraging fencing off from stock.
oh, 0239. I'm aware that there was a subdivision consent in the Hamilton urban area where the Environment Court directed no cats to protect an adjacent, was it bats or birds in the reserve next to the subdivision. So I'm not sure you can maintain the position that it's just, if I think long enough, I'll remember what the name of it is, but you can't say, I don't think you can say regulation of pets is not a district plan matter. You could say that the costs and benefits the equation is wrong, but I don't think you can take it as a jurisdictional point. And so that might repay further thought. Yes, it's a decision of Judge Smith's court. Is it four-wheeled? Reaching.
I remember the one in Maine, but I don't remember the names.
So yes, because I remember when it came out and did a double take reading it. Question about R5. The description of the activity, operation of existing quarrying and mining activities. Is it operation or continuation? Is it, what's the activity? It's
The continuation.
because, 295, R11, saying that S1 provides, the standard provides for management at a scale. S1's only about height. There's no GFA limit. So obviously it is a lighting statement. The obvious scale is in 3 dimensions and you're only controlling one of them.
Mhm.
And you could have a very large but low building,
Agree.
and is in that light is the forest and bird concern legitimate, particularly given that if you're talking about biodiversity, it's the amount of ground that it covers rather than the height, which will actually be important.
When I was coming up with this revised Appendix A, I did add in a gross floor area of 50 meters squared into NFLS1, but I took it out because I didn't think I had the scope to add that in. It's something I can really look at if there is the scope, because I agree entirely that a gross floor area limit in that standard would be beneficial.
Well, if forest and bird are seeking to delete the permitted activity rule, that gives you a lot of scope. But basically any permitted activity rule, irrespective of what standard it's subject to, would be within scope. The thing that intrigued me, the Schedule 10 incorporating the values ex office report. What appeared significant to me is that there are no tangata whenua values
Mhm.
in those schedules, and the question is, should there be? On the basis that cultural aspects of your are a relevant input to your classification of the landscape as outstanding.
Agree. The Boffer report indicated that mana whenua comments would be added in a later stage.
Yeah, I read that too.
In my 42, I noted that I'm not sure that had been requested or received. Having looked at the Section 32 report, it states on page 30 of the Section 32 report that Mana Whenua did provide feedback, and that resulted in, I believe, NFL P9 clause 3.
So it's P9 clause 3.
So providing for Mana Whenua to exercise their responsibilities as kaitiaki to protect, restore and maintain areas of Indigenous biodiversity. And I also note that the Section 32 report sets out that the NFL provisions will apply in conjunction with the sites and areas of significance chapter, which cover a large portion of ONFL and SAL around the coast and which have been identified as having significance for Mana Whenua. So in that sense, there's an overlapping of those overlays, that areas that have been identified as having significance for Mana Whenua are actually captured as well in the sites and areas of significance to Māori chapter.
How big are the areas? Because I've been in a hearing process previously where the distinction was drawn between areas, relatively small areas of significance to iwi, and effectively landscapes that are significant to iwi. And the latter not being SASMs, there being something different again. Is it Waihi Te Puna?
They're pretty extensive mapped sites and areas of significance to Māori, and they cover a large portion of the southern coast and Watts Peninsula.
So, like, this goes back to my question, Mr. Anstey. None of the landscapes in Wellington are very large in absolute terms, and but in terms of as a proportion of the defined landscapes, the SASMs are a significant proportion. You're saying of the south coast one at any rate.
That'd be my reading of the Section 32 report would suggest that the feedback received from Mana Whenua was that the sites and areas of significance chapter covered the values of those landscapes.
Gotcha. Yeah. I wonder whether there might be room in that schedule for an advice note saying that the identified values don't purport to include cultural values because they are addressed through the SASM overlay. What do you think?
Definitely something I can look into further. And
I suppose, yes, a scope, but an advice note saying that something else is another provision is somewhere else doesn't actually have it's like a signposting operation rather than having substantive effect. So, but the Commissioner is right. You need to address scope. If you think there is merit in the idea, and I'm just floating it as a possibility, then you need to address scope at the same time.
it might also be already captured in the introduction of the NFL chapter, which kind of signposts to
I was just looking at that.
sites and areas of significance.
Definitely a signpost there. Better
It might be beneficial in the,
initiative.
yeah.
Well, that's me. Start at the other end, Mr. Dash. Good. I think that's us.
And you've got the copy of that map for the development area.
Thank you. Maybe you'd better explain this. Since for the benefit of my colleagues who were not on stream 6, what this is actually showing.
So the text on the pages is hopefully self-explanatory, but the first page is from the Boffin's School report, which shows kind of the categories of the ridgetop landscapes. The one in the thin one in the middle, which is marked number 4 and number 10, is what has been identified in the development area as the ridgetop. The second page compares in a dotted hash line the ODP extent of the ridgetop and hilltop overlay.
So that's in the black, that's outlined in black.
A black dotted line.
Yes.
And then
This one. Oh,
Yeah.
gotcha.
there's like a faint dotted line, which is the ODP
Yeah.
overlay. And then the third and fourth pages show that show the Boffin's School report with my recommended development area plan underlaying that. So in terms of the points raised by submitters, the extent of the ODP overlay, as it was identified in Plan Change 33, is different for in terms of extent for the development area. But that was addressed in hearing stream 6 as far as I'm concerned.
Anything else, commissioners? Any other queries about that or anything else? On that note, we will adjourn proceedings for the day, back at 9 a.m. tomorrow to hear from the submitters. Thank you very much for your contribution. It's been Giles.